And that's 10 minutes from the time that we pop the glove on the suit to opening the helmet, remove the, can we take HECA off before that 10 minutes starts? Can you give us the very specific start and steps?
So, Kate, in step 9.2 of that break-in pre-breathe procedure, 2.107, there's a warning that will give you more words. It's step 9.3 through step 13 that must be performed in 10 minutes. 3, 2, 1.
And we'll assess
right.
the team.
Copy, Kate, and did you copy end exercise?
As you hear, teams on the ground are communicating with the crew in the Quest airlock, discussing the communications cap that Mike Hopkins is wearing. There are multiple spares on board, and he is having trouble hearing in his comm cap, and so they will be swapping out that cap as we continue preparations for today's spacewalk. Floating into frame is JAXA, Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi, helping the crew members prepare for today.
Copy, Wadi, and we see in step 7 that we will be taking care of the HD EMU camera before the critical time, so that sounds good. And we're looking at 9.2 or 9.3 through 13 to be accomplished in 10 minutes. And let's discuss up here, and we'll get back to you.
Good words, Kate. Thanks.
As you heard Rubens mention, they'll have a 10-minute time frame to complete the work of removing and replacing the communications cap. Meanwhile, the astronauts are currently in the pre-breathe portion of today's preparations. Pre-breathing consists of 2 phases. In the first, the crew breathes 100% oxygen through a mask to begin purging the nitrogen from their bodies. And in the second phase, which is where we see the crew members now, they are in their spacesuits and conducting something called the in-suit light exercise, or ISLE, where they move their arms and legs and raise their metabolic rate just ever so slightly to help speed up getting rid of any excess nitrogen.
Airlock Houston on 1 for steps when you're ready to copy.
Yeah, ready to copy.
All right, so we will be in the same procedure that we were in earlier today, 2.107, break-in EMU in-suit pre-breathe. We'll do steps 6 through 10.4. And then in 10.4, you will switch comm mode to off, OFF, swap the comm caps, then switch the comm mode back to PRI. Then we'll have you do steps 10.6 through 17.2, and then finish with 17.4 through the end of the procedure. How copy?
Starting step 6 through 10.4, then comm mode off, swap comm cap, comm mode back to PRI. I guess you want to do the comm check.
We're in a brief satellite handover, and you've got a live look inside Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 2 team currently on console. Leading today's team is Chris Edelin, the flight director, and Capcom for the astronauts inside the International Space Station is Kathy Bolt. However, relaying the tasks to the astronauts once outside the space station is Andy Mogensen, an ESA, European Space Agency astronaut.
After switching the comm mode to Pry, and we actually will have you do the comm check after the 10 minutes, so we won't eat into that.
Okay, I understand. So you will not do the comm check after comm Pry. So we go to the 10.6 through 17.2. Then 17.4 through the end.
Good read back, Soichi. And you 3, 2, 1, end exercise.
And Wadi, the only thing that I'm going to add to that we noticed the last time is when we're switching the comm caps, we're going to put 3 twists in the comm cap. We cut that for Ikes, but that's important because that's out of our usual.
Copy, Kate. Good catch.
The procedure that you read to me, then steps 9.3 through 13 are the critical ones where the 10-minute timer applies.
Those are good words, Kate. 3, 2, 1, start exercise.
As you heard the call to start exercise, we were discussing that is the in-suit light exercise protocol. And it's a loose term for exercise. It's really just moving the legs on the spacesuit, help purge that nitrogen out of the astronauts' bodies. And crew members Soichi Noguchi and Kate Rubins are preparing to swap out the comm cap for NASA astronaut Michael Hopkins. He is EV2 today, having some trouble transmitting through his comm cap currently.
Airlock Houston on 1, no response required, but both crew will be hot mic'd until further notice. Copy your thumbs up.
Zoom a little.
Airlock Houston on 1, just one clarification. We are on the 9th cycle out of 10 for exercise, and then once we're complete with the exercise is when we'll start into those steps in 2.107.
That totally makes
Copy,
sense. So we wait until exercise is complete.
Copy.
Today's spacewalk is the 5th of the year, and it's the 3rd for Hopkins and Glover working together. Earlier this year, the astronauts have continued station upgrades as well as preparing the International Space Station for new solar arrays. The solar arrays will launch later this year. The agency is using this technology on both the updated power system for the station as well as the power and propulsion element for NASA's Gateway lunar outpost.
Three, two, one, end exercise. Three, two, one, start exercise. This will be the last one.
Go faster. I heard you that time. Really? Yeah. It was still weekend. It was choppy, but.
NASA astronauts Victor Glover and Michael Hopkins continue the pre-breathe portion of their EVA preparations today. All 4 astronauts you see in the screen right now are currently in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, where the crew dons their suits, conducts this pre-breathe, and will attach the SAFER, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, sort of like a jetpack backpack. Once all of those steps are complete, the crew will move into the crew lock portion, the outermost part of the Quest airlock, where final communications and suit systems checks will be conducted with the ground. The spacewalk itself will officially begin when suits are changed to internal battery power. The in-suit light exercise, or aisle pre-breathe protocol, is now complete.
End exercise. And our in-suit light exercise is now complete. You are go to start into 2.107 to swap the comm cap.
Two decimal 107, starting step 6.
Good words.
Just electrical connection. Just electrical connection.
NASA astronaut Kate Rubins and Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi preparing to assist NASA's Mike Hopkins in doffing and donning a new comm cap so he can communicate with his crew members and the ground.
Time is 11:21.
Copy 11:21.
Kate Rubins and Soichi Noguchi making a quick switch of that comm cap. You see Mike Hopkins now donning. That will be underneath his helmet and allows him to hear and communicate with teams on the ground as well as his comrade Victor Glover.
Airlock Houston on 1. Go ahead and move the comm mode to Pry.
345, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have you loud and clear. I've got you loud and clear.
And we have you loud and clear, Hopper, as well. Welcome back.
And with that quick switch comes a great comm check from Mike Hopkins. Rubens and Noguchi now replacing his helmet.
Nicely done. Up. You hear me? Yes. Okay.
As we prepare for today's spacewalk, the International Space Station is flying about 17,500 miles an hour, 260 statute miles over the Philippine Sea. As the astronauts continue walking through their procedures, preparing to exit the Quest airlock this morning, another look at what they will be working on today. First, both astronauts will go to the early ammonia system and vent 2 jumpers. Glover will relocate one of those to near the airlock.
Break time was 11:27, which means only 6-minute break, and I started the 12-minute purge time on.
Copy all, Soichi. Excellent work.
Soichi Noguchi reporting only 6 minutes for the time that it took to remove and replace Mike Hopkins' comm cap. The crew was given a 10-minute time frame in which to accomplish the task.
Yep, I can feel it. All right.
We are in a quick satellite handover of the satellites on the tracking data and relay satellite system. These handovers of audio and video are tracked, and we expect to regain communications with the crew shortly. Back inside the Quest airlock and back to our look ahead at what will take place today outside the station. Victor Glover will also remove and replace a wireless video system external transceiver assembly known as WADA. There are 3 WETAs that receive video from wireless video systems. This one failed in December 2020, so he will remove the current unit and replace with a brand new one. Michael Hopkins will be completing a multitude of tasks at the Columbus module, one being working with the jumpers and plugs on the Bartolomeo Science platform. During EVA 69, US EVA 69, astronauts reported the jack socket tines might be more closed in than was expected, so he will be troubleshooting some of the work there today. While at the Columbus module, Hopkins will also reconfigure a ham radio, and he'll continue work on the Bartolomeo Science platform by fully closing 11 cable clamps that were originally used to hold down the cables during launch. Back at the airlock, both astronauts will work together on installing a stiffener for the airlock's thermal cover. This will help keep the thermal cover from blowing open. He continues work from a previous spacewalk this year where a magnetic plate was installed, adding a tether point. The astronauts will then move on to routing some cables, which will eventually create a Wi-Fi hotspot when connected. All in all, we're looking at about 6.5 hours of work today outside the hatch for our 2 astronauts, Michael Hopkins and Victor Glover.
And Houston Station 1, that's step 17.6. I turned on the EMU TV just in case you want to check out.
We copy, Suichi.
I'm sorry, the Yida. Heka is on with the green LED on.
All right. Copy, Heka on. And Suichi, you can go ahead and turn that off. So just push button OFF.
And the green LED OFF.
Copy all.
And Wadi, now it's only 7 minutes into the purge. I believe we have to go through 12 minutes for the purge, right?
That's affirmative, Suichi.
You heard the astronaut discussing the HECA on Mike Hopkins' helmet. That's the High Definition Extravehicular Activity Camera Assembly. So Hopkins will be wearing a high-definition camera this morning. Hopefully we get some great views from that camera, and the ground team is looking for clearer views coming from the camera of the Bartolomeo Science Platform.
I'll pass that along.
And tell Chris that the Kate and I passed the backroom EMU book certified.
We'll go, Suchi.
Dr. Osaka.
Station 1 for the evening, please.
Go ahead on one.
Yeah, we still have like 3 minutes before separating complete, so we'll continue through the end. And then after that, we go back to the EMU delivery with the Maddox changeout, I guess.
That's affirmative, Suchi. You have a go in step 15 to proceed with the Maddox replacement.
That'll be after this procedure complete, go back to step 15.
Good words.
Another video handover with the International Space Station. Crew discussing pre-breathe. This is to purge the nitrogen from the astronauts' bodies and maintain a 100% oxygen environment.
Station 1 for Wadi, just checking out the old comm cap here. I do not see any evidence of moisture in the embeds, and I'll give you a close-up zoom of the ear cups and the mic booms. This is the failed comm cap that we took out of Hopper's suit.
Copy all, Kate. And can we get the serial number from you as well?
1297.
1297, yep.
Copy 1297, and we see it in the video. Excellent. Thanks, Kate. And can we see the mic booms as well? Yeah, perfect.
A close-up look of the communications cap that Mike Hopkins was previously wearing and having trouble communicating through.
Copy. We see it. Thanks, Kate. And Kate, did you see any damage to the pins in that pigtail?
No, but after we guys get these guys out the door, I'll get the macro camera and get some close-in documentation for you. I don't see any obvious damage.
Much appreciated. Thanks, Kate.
And Houston Station, step 18 is complete. 11:40.
Copy, purge complete.
Noguchi reporting that purge of nitrogen from the spacesuit is complete. The spacesuits are kept at a lower pressure to help allow for more flexibility. The gloves inside the spacesuit are extremely rigid, and with a 6.5-hour spacewalk and using hands the entire time, helps to have a little bit more flexibility. So inside the spacesuit, the pressure is about 4.3 psi. And to mimic that on Earth, you'd need to be at about 30,000 feet elevation. The average atmospheric pressure we're used to on Earth at sea level is about 14.7 psi, so that's similar to the pressure of the inside of the International Space Station with a mixed oxygen and nitrogen environment, again, just like we are used to here on Earth.
Moscow Station, space to ground 2. Go ahead on space to ground 2. I did perform an inspection of the unit, and I have no questions. And
if you are in the Houston area and watching this morning's spacewalk, in less than 10 minutes you can go outside and see the International Space Station fly overhead. It'll be about a 6-minute pass.
0.1, and I believe that's end of this procedure. Go back to step 15 to 1.225.
copy all, Sushi. Those are good words and a good leak check. And just a reminder that the intent is to keep both crew members in hot mic for now. But if you need private comm at any point, just let us know.
Houston Station on 1, double check we are allowed to start the Maddox change out at this time. Maddox replacement crude.
That's affirmative, Suchi. You are go.
Soichi Noguchi and Kate Hopkins working to remove Victor Glover from his place in the crew lock portion or the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, and will eventually move him into the crew lock portion, the outermost part of the airlock. Working through another satellite handover, but in the meantime, here's another look at the team working today's spacewalk in the flight control room here at Mission Control Houston. Here's your team for today. Victor Glover and Mike Hopkins are spacewalkers. Soichi Noguchi and Kate Rubins working inside the equipment lock portion to prepare the crew for the day. Your flight director leading all of the teams on the ground who are monitoring the station systems, Chris Edelin, and Andy Mogensen, the ground IV who will be relaying tasks to the astronauts once they begin the spacewalk. At the very top of your screen is Capcom Kathy Bolt. She is communicating with the astronauts while in the station, as well as with the astronauts who remain in the station during today's spacewalk.
And Kate, we copy number 10, and we saw 9 earlier for Ike.
You just got to look at the crew members replacing the oxygen in the suits, preparing our spacewalkers today for a planned 6.5-hour excursion.
We copy 1151.
The International Space Station now flying over Houston, home of Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. If you'd like to know when the International Space Station is flying over your area, you can go outside and see it yourself. You can go to spotthestation.nasa.gov, put in your location, and sign up for alerts.
And Airlock Houston on 1 for Kate or Suichi. Can you confirm the MEDOX serial numbers for what you put into Eichenhofer?
That was 1031 for Ike EV1 and 1032 for Hopper EV2.
We copy those are good numbers, and we have taken you out of box for now. Good copy.
As the astronauts continue preparations to head outside the hatch for today's spacewalk, we are taking your questions. If you're on Twitter, use the hashtag AskNASA and let us know what you want to answer. We will try our best to get that done. This one asking, will these activities on Mike Hopkins EMU impact the start time? An EMU is an extravehicular mobility unit, also known as a spacesuit. These activities of replacing the communications cap that we saw earlier do impact the start time. We wanted to make sure Hopkins had proper communication with his crew member Victor Glover as well as with the ground. And earlier today we saw Victor Glover having to have his communications cap replaced for audio issues. So the astronauts were originally scheduled to head out of the hatch at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, but we will see that happen a little bit behind schedule this morning.
Copy 1154. An airlock on 1, just for your awareness, the new no earlier than go for depress is 1241, 1241.
241, thank you.
Capcom Kathy Bolt relaying to the crew that depressurization can begin as early as 45 minutes from now. That's 6:41 Central Time, 12:41 Greenwich Mean Time, GMT. That's the time that the astronauts use aboard the International Space Station.
No, one both should pass the manual leak check. We'll now go back to step 16 of EMU pre-brief.
We copy and concur.
A couple more Ask NASA questions coming in as our astronauts prepare for their spacewalk today. You can see NASA's Victor Glover. He's our EV1, or extravehicular crew member 1. They are preparing to don the SAFER, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. The SAFER is essentially like a jetpack backpack, only for use if a crew member were to become detached from the International Space Station. However, that's a very unlikely event as they remain tethered at all times. Back to those Ask NASA questions. This one from Melissa. You can see that red tube at the bottom of your screen. She wants to know what exactly that red tube is there for. The red tube provides air circulation to the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, where you see our crew members currently. And another question, this one from Joseph, asking how the microphones are attached to the wall. Is it a Velcro or magnet? You've probably seen Kate Rubins and Soichi Noguchi taking the microphones off of the wall to speak with the crews on the ground and within the suits this morning. Those are attached with a Velcro, a hook and loop, closed piece of fabric. You'll also notice that sometimes on astronauts' pants and other clothing items. That way they can properly attach things and keep them from floating away, as you see the tablet currently on Kate Rubins. Kate Rubins and Soichi Noguchi now moving Victor Glover toward the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, the outermost portion. You see those red stripes on the legs of his spacesuit. That will help you identify him once he's outside of the hatch today. He is EV1, or extravehicular crew member 1. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins, who is still attached inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, has an unmarked suit, and he will be EV2. NASA astronaut Victor Glover now in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and preparations being made for Mike Hopkins to join him there as well. In the meantime, just a look back at what we expect to see the crew members work on today during the spacewalk. They will be venting the early ammonia system jumper cables, and one will be relocated near the Quest airlock itself. Mike Hopkins will connect cables for the Columbus Bartolomeo payload, as well as clamp down 11 clamps to secure some wires there. He'll also work on the ham radio in the nearby area. Additionally, the astronauts will replace a wireless antenna assembly on the Unity module and then work together to install the stiffener on the airlock's thermal cover. This will keep the thermal cover from blowing open. Their last task of the day is currently scheduled to be routing some cables, which will provide Ethernet capabilities for 2 of the high-definition cameras on the station's port truss. Kate Rubens and Soichi Noguchi attaching the SAFER Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue to Mike Hopkins, and we are answering a few more of your Ask NASA questions. This one from Jeremy asking, can the astronauts control the temperature in their spacesuit during the spacewalk? The answer is yes. Whether the astronauts are in the sunshine outside the station or in the darkness, they can experience up to 250 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 250 degrees. However, their spacesuits keep them cool by being white, a reflective color, as well as they are wearing a cooling and thermal garment underneath that allows them to keep cool during the spacewalk. Next question comes from Ruben, 5 years old. Thanks for watching, and we love your question. How do the astronauts have a drink while on the spacewalk? Of course, you can expect the astronauts might get thirsty in 6.5 hours or more of tedious work while outside the space station. The astronauts do have a drink pouch inside their suits, and near their mouth is a bite valve. Whenever the crew members bite down on the valve, they are able to drink water, and when they release, that valve is closed. And a question from Denny about the SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. I mentioned it's sort of like a jet pack. It uses, he asked what fuel it uses, and it's a compressed nitrogen-powered backpack. As we said, this is primarily intended in case a spacewalker became detached from the station and needed to maneuver back. However, the astronauts are always tethered to the space station, so we never expect for this situation. Both Victor Glover and Mike Hopkins now inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. After everything is situated inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock will be closed. The astronauts will conduct some final communications and suit systems checks with the ground. Depressurization will begin, and the spacewalk itself will officially begin once the suits are switched to internal battery power. Both astronauts now in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and we've got a few more Ask NASA questions. This one from Brianna. Thank you for watching, and she wants to know how long the astronauts can be outside the space station. We plan for about 6.5 hours of work for our crew members in today's spacewalk. However, that can be modified to be longer or shorter based on the consumables that they are using. That includes their oxygen in their spacesuits. Nathan wants to know the website that gives notifications when the space station is flying over your local area. You can visit spotthestation.nasa.gov, type in your location, and sign up for email or text message alerts when you'll be able to see the International Space Station. As you can see, those spacesuits are pretty large, and this next question, wanting to know what is the rough mass of that equipment. On Earth, the spacesuits themselves weigh about 315 pounds, but of course that number is reduced to nearly nothing when in microgravity. NASA astronaut Kate Rubins now closing the hatch between the crew and equipment log portions of the Quest airlock. She and Soichi Noguchi will remain on the equipment lock side, where the astronauts donned their suits this morning. Meanwhile, Hopkins and Glover are now inside the crew lock portion, fully suited and ready for today's spacewalk.
Station Swisscom 1, we're checking step 73. You guys can do the step 74.
We copy. We'll put that in work.
Houston Station 2, I believe you guys also performed 75, 76. We are standing by for 77.
We copy. We've got 75 in work, and we're going to wait just a few more minutes for 76. We are still 12 minutes to our go for depress time.
Things moving smoothly for the astronauts now as they prepare to exit the International Space Station. However, we still have less than 12 minutes until depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock begins. We'll be bringing that down from the pressure about 14.7 psi, and that's what we're used to here on Earth. That's typically what the space station is near.
Happy to help.
I'll be bringing down that pressure inside the crew lock portion to near a vacuum like the astronauts will experience in space.
Good. Okay. Let's settle back in here, start moving around.
And Airlock Houston on 1. EV crew are now hot mic on Space to Ground 1. And Saweetie, you are go for step 77.
EV1 copies. Break this here for me, Kathy. EV2 copies.
And EV1 copies. Step 77 is complete.
Copy all. You guys have fun out there and be safe. Looking forward to a good day.
We're in a quick satellite handover of the tracking and data relay satellite systems. That was Capcom Kathy Bolt talking with the crew. She will be handing over her duties of speaking with the spacewalkers to Andy Mogensen, a European Space Agency astronaut you see there in the center of your screen. He will be relaying all of the tasks to the crew while they're outside the hatch. Meanwhile, Kathy Bolt will stay on console and be speaking with the crew members inside the International Space Station. While we wait for depressurization of the crew log portion of the Quest airlock to begin, we are still taking your Ask NASA questions. Dan wants to know where the crew members are from and if there are language barriers on the space station. It truly is an international space station, and in your screen here you see JAXA, or Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi. 4 of the crew members are from NASA and are American, and 2 of the crew members are from Russia of the space agency Roscosmos. Crew members learn to speak English and Russian, that way they can all communicate with one another aboard the International Space Station. Then Kat wants to know, well, thanks for the live feed. We are happy to provide it. Once Michael and Victor are outside of the space station, is there any visual identification of them? Yes, you will be able to tell them apart once outside the space station. If you're looking for NASA astronaut Victor Glover, you can look for red stripes around the legs of his spacesuit. That identifies him as EV1, or Extravehicular Crew Member 1. Meanwhile, if you see an astronaut with no stripes, or an unmarked suit, I should say, that's NASA's Mike Hopkins, EV2. Teams on the ground conducting their go, no-go poll for depressurization today, and everything is looking good. This next question is from Nathan, age 6. Hi, Nathan, and thanks for your question. He would like to know how fast the space station travels and how many minutes it takes to go around the Earth. The space station travels at about 17,500 miles per hour, and it sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. So it takes about 90 minutes for the space station to go around the Earth, and every 45 minutes they see either a sunrise or a sunset. Our next Ask NASA question is, what is the standard time zone in space? Well, we are in Houston and in Central Time, and those in Roscosmos are about 12 hours ahead of us, so the time zone that the space station uses is GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time. That's about halfway between both of the command and control centers. Just a couple of minutes until we'll be looking for that go for depress. And this next question from Arya wanting to know how old the space station is. The first element of the International Space Station was Zarya, a Russian element. Zarya launched on November 20th, 1998. And just last November, we celebrated 20 years of continuous human presence on the International Space Station, meaning that for 20 years since last November, there has been a human in space at all times. Another question, this one from Ashwin, wanting to know if the replacement items are hooked up to the suit during the spacewalk so they don't fly free. That is correct. You'll probably hear a lot of talk about tethers today once the astronauts are outside of the station. Of course, the crew members themselves remain tethered to the station at all times, but they also keep their workstations and any tools or replacement items they need tethered to themselves.
And Airlock Houston on 1, we are ready for depress. You can pick up in step 80, crew lock, depress, repress, cue card.
System copies. Station copies.
Sounds good.
And EV1, EV2, are you ready for the card?
EV1 ready. Sound is a little bit broken. And 2's ready.
All right. EV2, UIA, switch depress pump power to on. Wait 10 seconds for complete startup.
Depress pump power on.
All right. EV2, depress pump manual ISO open. Expect alert down.
Open. Depress pump man ISO.
EB1, EB2, monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5. If it's greater than 5.5, stop depress.
EB1, 2.
Depressurization has begun in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. This is a very slow process, bringing that pressure in the crew lock portion down to as near zero as possible, equating it to almost a vacuum, which is what the astronauts will experience once they are outside of the hatch. Crew lock pressure now under 10 psi. Depressurization will continue until a pause at 5 psi.
And EV2, next step will be when the crew lock at 6.0, you hit alert sound, and at 5.0 psi, you close the manual ISO valve.
EV2. 5.0. Copy.
Depressurization continues in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and in your frame right now you see Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi peeking in on the crew members as he monitors depressurization. We have another Ask NASA question, this one from Pippa. Hi, Pippa. She wants to know the temperature on the space station. Inside the station, the temperature stays at about 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
Copy 6.0. Next, when 5.0 PSI, you close the manuals.
V2. Move my feet, Nader Hopper. I'm sorry, Zenith. Okay. Depress pump, man iso valve closed.
EV2. Next, EV1, EV2. DCM, switch display to status until leak check question mark display. Hold yes for 2 seconds, follow display the instructions.
V1, 2.
Preparation for today's spacewalks continue. The crew lock portion of the Quest airlock is currently being depressurized, bringing it down to near vacuum, just like space. Once they egress or exit the hatch today, the crew members have a variety of tasks ahead of them. Both will work on the early ammonia system to vent some jumpers, 2 specifically, and 1 will be moved to the near the airlock, outside of the airlock. A wireless video system external transceiver assembly will be removed and replaced by Victor Glover. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins will be working on several tasks at the Columbus module, including at the Bartolomeo platform, where he will be working to connect cables from a previous spacewalk this year.
Manual ISO valve open.
Press pump man ISO valve open.
Check the left zone. And the emergency MPL is now open. EB1, EB2, monitor SUPI gauge less than 5.5.
EB1, 2.
And EB2, your next action is when the crew lock is at 2.0 psi, you will close the manual ISO valve and the pump power to OFF.
EB2.
This handheld camera view coming from Soichi Noguchi inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, monitoring depressurization of the crew lock, where Michael Hopkins and Victor Glover are now preparing for today's spacewalk. Depressurization continuing smoothly. We're in a quick satellite handover as depressurization continues.
2.0. Depressed pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy, and you can turn pump power to OFF.
Depressed pump power is off, OFF.
Okay, I see it off. It's been a pleasure working, serving you. And now the Space Ambassador of Denmark is going to take over. Andy.
Thanks, Luigi. Thanks, Luigi. And Kate. And Kate, yep.
Good afternoon, Ike and Hopper. I'm ready for an initial tether config if you are.
All right, Andy. It's great to hear your voice. All right. So EV1, starting at the airlock D-ring extender, has a waist tethered small hook, which is closed, locked, black on black, good pull test. And then my waist tether is connected to that. Large hook to large hook, good pull test. Both are locked, black on black. My waist tether small hook is to my right D-ring extender lock, gate closed, black on black. In my safety tether anchor load alleviating strap hook, the red hook is locked, black on black to the right D-ring extender. That reel, the red reel, is unlocked. That reel has a green hook locked to it. The yellow hook from that reel is locked to my green reel. It's closed, sliders locked, black on black, good pull test. And that anchor is locked, black on black, to Hopper's red reel. And that reel is unlocked.
Copy all for you, Ike. That sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to start for EV2 with my right D-ring extender for my waist tether. It is, small hook is on that. So close, starter lock, black on black, good pull test. And the hook is to my T-bar. Also on the right D-ring extender is my red small hook. Go close, starter lock, black on black, good pull test. And the yellow hook from my red reel, which is unlocked, is attached to the green reel. Bell closed, starter lock, black on black, good pull test. Green reel is unhooked or unlocked. The small green hook is attached to my red reel, and that is unlocked. And my anchor hook is to my T-bar. Also attached to my red reel is EV1 already reported, is his anchor hook, bell closed, starter lock, black on black, with a good pull test.
Excellent. That's a good config for both of you.
Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover reporting their tether configurations ahead of today's spacewalk. This view you can see through the window of the hatch that separates the crew lock and equipment lock portions.
And just a heads up, you can expect an alert tone when the crew lock DPDT is about 0 on the DCM.
EV1. 2.
And we have about 10 minutes until we're at vacuum.
EV1. 2.
Depressurization of the crew lock slowly continues, bringing that down to a vacuum before the astronauts open the hatch and egress or exit into space. The spacewalk will officially begin when Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover, our spacewalking astronauts today, switch their suits to internal battery power. As we await depressurization's completion, another look at what we can expect to see the astronauts work on today. We mentioned that early ammonia system. They'll be venting 2 of the jumpers there, and 1 will be relocated to the outside of the airlock. Victor Glover will remove and replace a wireless video system external transceiver assembly. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins will be working several tasks at the Columbus module, including working on some jumpers and plugs for the Bartolomeo platform outside Columbus. Additionally, he will be reconfiguring a ham radio and closing 11 cable clamps used on Bartolomeo.
Copy 0.6. So when it reaches less than 0.5, then you can open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy. And if you see that before I do, which is likely going to be the case, let me know and I'll get started.
Copy, will do.
Andy Mogensen, today's ground IV, reporting to the crew that they are almost ready to open the hatch. But back to the tasks we can expect to see. We'll also see the crew members install a stiffener on the thermal airlock cover. This will help keep the cover from blowing open. And their last scheduled task is to route cables to camera ports 8 and 9. These will create a Wi-Fi hotspot once connected.
Ike, we see a delta P of less than 0.5 psi. You are go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy, in work, and I see 0.5 on the gauge, just for your info. Wow. All right, Hopper. Yep, I scrunch down your way a little bit. You got. All right. That's just unlocked. That's just unlatched. Nicely done, Ike. Hey, that little forearm trick worked. Yeah? What do you know? All right, well, Ike, Andy, the hatch is open.
Copy. And Suichi in the airlock, you are go to close the emergency MPEV.
Anything for you, Andy. The MPEV is closed.
Copy. Now, Ike and Hopper, on your DCM, you can switch power to BAT. Please stagger your switch throws and expect a warning tone. And then check your display switch is functional.
1, power to BAT.
We're in another satellite handover of the tracking data and relay satellite systems, but just before, you saw NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover open the thermal cover of the hatch. That's the exact thermal cover they'll be working on later today.
Switch power to EV1 and 2 to off, and check that the 4 power LEDs are also off.
Power EV1 off. Power EV2 off. LEDs are off.
Copy. Now you can disconnect the SCU from your DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouch.
EV1 in work. EV2.
And since the spacesuits have switched to internal battery power, the spacewalk has officially begun at 7:14 a.m. Central Time.
See you in the pouch.
Copy. Hopper, you can now check that the deep press pump man ISO valve is closed.
Deep press pump. ISO valve closed.
All right, both of you on your DCM, please take your temperature control valve to max hot.
In work. EV1 max hot. EV2 max hot.
Now switch water to on, ON.
EV1 water on. EV2 on.
Check your DCM is blank and bite is off.
EV1 blank bite off. EV2 blank bite off.
Now you can set your temperature control valve as desired.
EV1.
And check your suit P gauge and report, please, to us.
EV1, suit pressure gauge is 4.2.
EV2, 4.2.
All right, you'll be exiting into night, but there's only about 5 minutes left, so you can set your visors as you'd like.
One, two.
All right, Ike, you can go ahead and open the hatch thermal cover and egress. On your way out, copy. On your way out, please check that the pip pin is in place, and please give us a read of the hatch gauge.
Copy. And there are several pip pins, any one in particular? And the hatch gauge is 0.2. All right, Hopper, I am heading out.
Roger.
Copy, 0.2.
I'm going to come your way a little bit first.
You got.
Can you go toward the UIA? Later.
There you go.
Thank you. Right, Andy, I can see the two inboard pins, and they're both in place.
Yeah, copy that, Ike. We're just looking for the forward hinge, the aft pin. So if you're saying both inboard ones are in place, that's good.
Okay, it's in place. Okay, can you go towards the hatch? Oh, the other hatch, sorry.
Yeah.
The equipment lock? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, and I'll be out of your way soon.
Roger.
All right. All right, ET1. Outside. And Hopper, I'm aft and port, inboard. Copy.
And Hopper, for you, you can transfer crew lock bag number 3 to Ike.
All right, I see it. Get a red on it.
Sure, yep, that says 3.
Thanks for checking.
Actually, let me present you the other side. A little better.
What a gentleman. Thank you. All right, I've got a red on it.
Okay, let me take the...
I've got control. You can take the red off.
Roger. Red is off.
Thank you.
And it's to just one of the rings on the airlock here.
Perfect.
And you ready for me to come out?
The safety tethers are kind of hanging out in the hatchway.
Roger.
And the weather is great. Ship ability to rest.
Roger.
This view of Mike Hopkins egressing the Quest airlock coming from the inside of the equipment lock portion and the camera we saw Soichi Noguchi setting up earlier. Already outside the hatch, he is joining NASA's Victor Glover. You'll be able to tell them apart today by the stripes on their spacesuits. Hopkins is wearing an unmarked suit. Meanwhile, Victor Glover will have red rings around the legs of his spacesuit.
Roger. Let me get my Heka.
Heka with a green LED.
Roger.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Actually, your BR key tab looks a little different than the other two. Come this way.
Roger.
Okay, yep, it's up. It has a little bit of play, but it's up. You got 3 tabs up. Give me a yaw each direction. I'll check your safer handles.
Okay.
All right, your right safer handle is down, hand control module door closed. Your left safer handle, looks like you might be able to tap it like half a centimeter down.
Roger that.
It's down.
Okay.
And safety tethers, unlocked. Your hooks are locked. Ring extender has 2 small hooks. Hooks that are locked. All right, now see you got a local down. You look good.
Okay. I do not see your WBS light or your green light.
Okay, stand by. But now,
I got to. Okay. Let me look at your tabs. I see 1, 2. And where's that third one? There it is. Tabs. Your left safer handle is up right now.
okay. Thank you.
And now it's closed. Down. Your left safer handle is, the right safer handle is down, and door is closed.
Copy.
And from a safety tether standpoint, you see 2 on your right D-ring. They're locked, unlocked, and I've got your anchor hook, and it is locked.
Copy.
I show you in a good config.
I'm going to lock that green hook as well.
Roger.
Copy. Good config.
Sounds like good buddy checks for both of you. We'll take a baseline HAB check and a hatch thermal cover close, please.
Roger.
EV1, half is dry.
EV2, half is dry.
Okay, I'll finish it once the tether is
Copy.
clear.
Roger that.
All right. Thermal cover is mostly closed. Andy, we've got the weight tether going in there, so.
Yep,
thermal cover
we copy that. So whenever you're ready, Hopper, you can retrieve the vent tool extender bag from the top of the airlock.
On my way.
A quick satellite handover, but just before that, you saw the sun come up on the International Space Station. As we mentioned, the sun rises every 45 minutes or sets every 45 minutes. The space station traveling around the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour and currently 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean.
In WIF 11, that's the APFR without an ingress aid.
Okay, didn't work. 11.
The tasks have already begun, with Mike Hopkins preparing to grab the vent tool extender bag. Crew members will need this for the venting of the early ammonia system jumpers, their first task of the day.
Okay, my BRT rep is to the vent tool extender bag.
Copy, Hopper. You can put on your BRT and then make your way out to P1.
Roger that.
Andy for EV1, just confirm, I am taking the whip extender, correct?
No, just the APFR. You can leave the WIF extender.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Just the APFR, copy. That bag look, Hopper? Old? Okay, let's see my VRT.
This view from Victor Glover's helmet camera. We'll be seeing astronaut eye views throughout the day today, and you'll be able to distinguish whose is whose by that number in the bottom right-hand corner. Victor Glover's camera is marked with the number 20, and Hopkins has the number 22.
All right, I come to see the... Awesome. I've got the APFR only on my VRT, and I'll be standing...
We're in a quick handover of the tracking data and relay satellite systems. Just beforehand, we heard Victor Glover discussing with the ground team that he was using the APFR, that's the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. He'll be taking that with him today. That gives the astronauts a place to secure themselves, secure their footing, and get a little leverage while working on the space station.
A handover, so if you communicated anything else, I missed it.
That's it. All right, come on, phase one. That's good.
All right, Hopper, you're looking for the Bay 12, where you'll drop your anchor hooks on handrail 3651 and 3652.
I do.
And just a quick reminder about a caution to avoid inadvertent contact with the deployed TUS cable along the zenith and nadir cedar rails.
All right, starboard cedar. Okay, going under the MT. Okay, past the port sea of car continuing outbound. Making great signs.
And Hopper, you're dropping your anchor hook on handrail 3651. That's the long one below you.
After that.
Okay, EV2's anchor hook 3651. Bell closed, throttle lock, black on black. With a good full test.
Copy, and the reel unlocked?
And the reel is unlocked.
Copy. You can now attach Ike's anchor hook to handrail 3652, the small one.
And work.
This view from the high-definition camera on Mike Hopkins' spacesuit. This high-definition view will provide for even better views during the Columbus work he'll be performing today, specifically at the Bartolomeo Science Platform.
All right, Ike, your anchor hook is attached to 3652, bell closed, throttle lock, black on black, good pull test. Have a go to release your waist tether.
All right, my waist tether is back to my workstation, and the airlock waist tether is going inside. Thermal cover is open.
All right, Hopper, you can make your way out to the P6 worksite.
Copy that, gauntlets are in place.
Copy.
Okay. Andy, the thermal cover is closed.
Excellent, thank you. Then you can head out to the P6 worksite as well.
On the way.
And as you're both translating, I'll read you a couple warnings. Just a reminder that the P4 BGAs are rotating. Please avoid contact with any of the rotating structure. Also, please avoid contact with the radiator. And finally, just a reminder about the sharp edge hazards out of the P6 worksite. The pip pins on the TTCR and STCR do not meet the EVA kick load, and so they would present a sharp edge if broken. And also there's the outboard empty rail attachment lug that has a sharp edge.
You want that? Me too. All right, Hopper, I'm up on phase one, coming your way.
Roger, I'm up the charge.
And also just a reminder to you, Ike, to check your gauntlets are in place before you cross the Sarge.
Will do.
And let me know if you need guidance to get to the work site. If not, Hopper, you're looking for P5 handrail 5223 for your green hook.
Copy.
All right, Hopper, I'm going under the MT now.
Roger.
This view from Mike Hopkins' high-definition camera, you can see some of those batteries that were removed and replaced earlier this year, as well as over the last few years, upgrading the space station's power supply.
All right, now I'm passing our safety tether anchors. Roger. Nice work, nice work.
Throughout the day, you will hear calls made to the crew members. You may hear Ike and Hopper. Those are the call signs given to Ike, Victor Glover, and Hopper, Mike Hopkins. Glover now making his way to the first work site to vent those early ammonia system jumpers alongside Mike Hopkins.
Alrighty, you want to cross the Sarge. On your way, Hopper. Roger.
Okay, green hook is down.
Copy. Green hook down. You can go ahead, go to the work site and stow the bag that you've got with you.
Roger, inward.
And Ike, you're looking for handrail 5231 for your green hook.
Copy at 5105, heading out.
And Hopper, you're still in the bag, just zenith of those jumpers between handrails 5339 and 5342.
Copy. 5339 and 5342.
And you give me that green hook handrail again?
5231. It's just opposite of where Hopper dropped his.
5231. Okay, I'm visual. Andy, do you have any issue with me just dropping it right here on 5203, which is just right adjacent to it? Then I don't have to cross over the top of it and take each other.
Yep, that's fine.
All right, 5203 it is. Green hook is in place.
Copy. You can translate out to WIF 27 on P6 where you'll be stowing the APFR.
On the way. Andy, both of my reels are unlocked.
Okay, Andy, I'm heading out to get my rich man down. Get me out of the way if I like.
Copy.
All right, Hopper, I'm at P6, the inboard corner of the IEA. Roger that. I'm away. Okay, Andy, give me that whiff number again.
27, so it's on the forward edge. It's almost about as far out as you can. There should be an APFR in the adjacent with 31. So you'll be putting this one in 27, which is just next to that.
That is a great detail, right next to the, sorry about that, Hopper. Right next to the other one, all right? I see it. I also see the ventral back. All right, Andy, I'm with 27.
And Ike, when you stow the APFR, clocking is not so important. But if you want to, you can put it in 12.
Okay, Andy, Richmond Fair lead is down, heading back to the bag.
Copy. The first thing you'll be doing is retrieving the vent tool adapter and removing one cap from that.
Copy.
Andy, clocking to 12, it points the boot plate in toward the IEA.
Perfect. That gives Hopper room to get past it later. The other settings, we have time, I think, so the other settings are Indigo, Indigo, Fox 12.
So Indigo, well, it works, and it is in with a good pull test, good twist test, and it is black on black. Indigo, Fox 12, it works.
Good. Good readback. And just give us a check on the pitch knob as well, please.
Will do.
The astronauts are now at their first workstation of the day, where they will be working on the early ammonia system, venting 2 jumpers, one of which Glover will later relocate to the outside of the airlock.
Remove the cap. Go ahead and inspect the QD for us.
Okay.
There are a lot of moving pieces for this first task, and you just heard about the QD. That's the Vent Tool Quick Disconnect.
From the lock position, it's a little sticky and ratchet to push in. It wasn't huge, though, 15 pounds of force maybe. And then turning it the first 15, 20 degrees, it was that same feeling. As soon as I got past that, it moved freely. I got it to India, and it locked freely. And then it's the same thing. The last 20 degrees, a little ratchety, but it popped out. And I can push it in, and it pops right back out.
We copy all that. We appreciate the words.
Okay, vent tool adapter, I got the calipers off of it. Do an inspection, no fog, good sleeve, good seal.
Copy. You can grab the vent, or they have you can remove the plug from the vent tool QD and give us an inspection of that too as well, please.
Roger, in work. And I see a good lanyard.
Once Hopkins has removed the plug from the Vent Tool Quick Disconnect, he will mate that quick disconnect to the Vent Tool adapter.
Good fingers, good seal.
Copy. So now we'll mate the Vent Tool adapter to the Vent Tool QD, and I'll read out the steps in Block C for you.
Ready to copy.
Okay, so verify that the female QD is ready to mate by making sure the detent button is up and the forward white band is not visible.
Up and not visible.
Go ahead and mate the QD and check that the forward white band is visible.
Cool.
Next, Hopper, perform a snapback test and check that the forward white band is still visible.
Roger. And visible.
Finally, perform a pull test and a visual gap test.
Test looks good.
And Ike, once you've stowed the crew lock bag, then you can ret to the mutt end effector and attach the L bracket with nozzle to the mutt end effector ECOM.
Okay, I'm not there yet. Let's. What were the settings for the APFR? India, box 12 is what I had set.
That's perfect.
Okay. All right, now I'll stow the bag, and where exactly am I putting that?
5333.
Which is right behind me. Okay, so as soon as I get out of the way. Okay, Andy, I have the vent tool and adapter ready.
Yep,
and I'm ready to...
Next, we'll open the vent tool QD valve, and when you're ready for that, then you can depress the detent. Okay, go ahead and depress the detent button and move the bail to the forward position.
Roger. Okay. Forward position. Detent button is up. Bounce light band is visible.
Excellent. That means the QD is open. You can now retrieve the vent tool and the vent tool adapter combo.
Roger.
And I got an audible for you.
Roger. I'm done. What's your audible?
Will you tend stow the bag since it's behind you, and I can start on the vent tool bag stuff?
Yeah. Stand by.
Roger. It's just ready to my BRT.
Copy.
So it's got a large, small, and a integral.
See that? Okay, you can take your rip.
You
bet.
All right, Andy, I'm at the vent tool bag.
Okay, so Ike, you can ret to the mutt end effector from the vent tool bag, and then you can attach the L bracket with the nozzle to the mutt ECOM fitting. The clocking is a yaw setting of alpha. And just double check that the French hook from the nozzle is attached to the L bracket.
Copy. And ready to the mutt end effector. That's the nozzle. The French hook is connected.
And you're putting that L bracket into the mutt ECOM so that the L bracket is parallel to the handrail, which would be in the MUT jaws.
In work.
And Hopper, once you have a ret on the vent tool and the vent tool adapter combo, then you can translate down to M10 on the P6 long spacer. That's the inboard side of the connections.
Roger that. I am there.
Okay, you can remove the wire tie and booty and then the SPID from M10.
Roger. Work.
And just a reminder for a caution here, that handrail on the EAS jumper box cannot take BRT loads.
Roger.
All right, Andy, the MUT and the bracket are together. It is the bracket alpha is, sorry, no, it needs to be parallel to the handrail. Fix that now.
Yeah, Ike, it looks like you're about 90 degrees off.
Yep.
And Hopper, once you've removed the wire tie and the SPID, you can put them in the trash bag, which is in the crew lock bag.
Roger that. Okay. Alpha is parallel to where the handrail would be. It is mated. And if you didn't hear me earlier, good French hook.
Copy, and then just locked.
Tom is locked. Lock on block.
Copy. You can unpack the vent tool extender and untether it from the bag. And then you can translate aft to handrail 5304, where you'll be attaching the MUT end effector.
Okay. Works.
Now, 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, our crew members are still getting situated for their first task, which is venting the early ammonia system jumpers. One of these may potentially be needed on the starboard side of the truss, so once vented, Victor Glover will be taking one of the jumpers to the outside of the airlock, where it will be stowed for later use.
If you want to have them redded to your mini workstation and keep them there rather than going back to the crew lock bag, that's also up to you.
Roger that. All right, Pepper, I'm going to go over the top of you. Roger. All right, Andy, now I'm on my way. Give me that handrail again, please.
5304, and you'll be attaching the MUT so that the nozzle points aft. And Ike, just make sure, please, that the jaws on the MUT end effector are attached to the handrail between the two stanchions, because this one does have a part of the stanchion going over. Yeah, part of the handrail going over the stanchion.
Yep, I see that, and I'm at 5304, and I won't put it on the little cantilever part.
And Hopper, once you've removed the SPID, go ahead and push the bail full forward, please.
Roger. All right, Andy, Alpha Alpha is parallel to the handle. It's in between two stanchions. Working on the pitch to 1 now.
Copy. Pitch to 1 is good, and then just double check that the MUT end effector is locked.
And work. MUT end effector is locked.
And so, Ike, good position is 30 degrees from aft, so slightly above the horizon.
That's what one lines up with, I believe. I'm working on that now.
Hey, this guy's stubborn.
The crew will orient the jumpers so that they are venting ammonia away from the crew and away from the space station.
What are you working on, Hopper?
No, the spit doesn't want to come off. Reorienting.
And Hopper, you might try pushing forward on the QD bail, and that might offload the SPID.
Here. There we go. All right.
Excellent, we saw that.
Good move.
And then just ensure that the bail is pushed forward fully, please.
Go forward.
All right, you can remove the second cap from the vent tool adapter and inspect it for FOD and debris.
Roger, and work.
This view from the helmet camera of Victor Glover, our EV-1 extravehicular 1 crew member today. The astronauts will be using a vent tool and a vent tool extender to vent the early ammonia system jumpers.
Which is about 30 degrees zenith from the horizon.
Yep, that looks excellent. We're seeing it in your helmet cam. Looks perfect. Now just check that the ECOM is locked.
Both are locked, black on black.
Excellent, you can head back to and there you'll be removing the plug from the vent tool extender. And if you need detailed steps, I've got them. Otherwise, you can go ahead and remove the plug.
Okay, it's removed. Looking at the male end here. Side. Sleeve. It seals.
Copy, sounds good. Once Ike has retrieved the vent tool extender and removed the plug, then you can go ahead and give him the vent tool nozzle, and he'll be inserting that into the vent tool extender.
Roger. Next to your left arm there, Ike. Begin. So the plug is right next to your left arm.
Okay. The plug is removed. Indy?
Copy. You can get the vent tool nozzle from Hopper and insert that into the extender.
The vent tool is inserted into the extender. Lock soft dock is very, very soft, so it's locked right now, but it pulls out of locks very easily.
Copy that.
It's locked.
Okay, that's...
Andy, go to remove my rep from the tool.
Yes, you are go. And as you're doing that, I'll just give you a big picture. We are about to start venting ops. We are in orbital night, so we do have 20 minutes, so we do have time for this. Big picture words. Hopper, you'll be working on M10. You'll be closing the QD, then you'll be demating it, then you'll be mating it to the vent tool adapter, and then you'll be opening the valve.
Roger. I'm looking at M10.
Hey, Hopper. Yeah, my VRQ right here. Is that going to mess with you?
Nope, not at all.
And I obviously had that wrong, which you probably noticed. We're in daylight, not in night. So we have a 6-minute thermal clock to do these 4 actions, Hopper.
Okay.
Let's review them already.
So we're going to close this, mate, open. When that last open happens, that's when we start the vent.
Roger.
And just a clarification, we are 18 minutes from night, which means that the 6-minute timer will run into that 15-minute buffer before night begins, so it actually means that we do not have a limit on these ops.
Okay. Very nice. Like that answer, Andy.
Okay, Ike, when you are in a good position on the forward edge, then I'll start with the ops for Hopper.
Ike is in position.
Copy. Are you ready, Hopper?
Ready.
Okay, so you can close the QD extender on M10, and I'll read you the steps. First step, move bail forward to the full open position.
Forward full open.
Check that the aft white band is visible.
I do not see. Now I do. I got an aft white band visible.
Check detent button is fully installed, that it's up, and that it can be depressed.
Fully installed, up, and depressed.
Assess and counteract side loads.
Copy.
While depressing the detent button, move the bail forward to the open position with significant force.
Complete.
Then depress the detent button and move bail aft.
Full aft.
Check forward white band is visible and detent button is up.
Visible. Detent button is up.
All right, we'll now demate so you can pull back on the release ring and demate the QD.
Roger, it can work. Stand by. Know if I can help with anything. Yeah, you want to grab that the release tool?
Release tool?
Yeah.
Copy. You can use it right into the bag. You okay with that?
Yep, absolutely.
What you're expecting?
Exactly what I was expecting.
Okay, I'll give you some slack on the reps. But you got it. I got the rep.
Roger.
Got a handover coming up now.
As you heard, we are now in a satellite handover. The astronauts continue to prepare to vent the early ammonia system jumper. Just about an hour into today's spacewalk, and this is the first task for Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover. At the early ammonia system, they will vent 2 jumpers, and one will be relocated to the outside of the airlock for future use.
The bail on this one right next to you is also
Yeah,
in the way. This is a tight area. Okay, is it in place?
Yeah, it's partway in place. If you try, I'll hold it in place. There we go.
Release.
And we're back with you. Did you say you got it released?
It's released.
Copy. Check release ring is retracted and the forward white band is not visible.
I don't see a white band.
No white band.
Copy. Inspect male and female QD for debris damage or ammonia crystals.
Okay, we have a few ammonia crystals that are coming out from the female.
Yeah, we see that. Okay.
You can see there's a...
Yep. Let's go ahead and mate that hopper. So you can mate the QD extender to the vent tool adapter. So verify that it's ready to mate. Check that the detent button is up and the forward white band not visible.
Detent button is up, forward white band not visible.
Go ahead and mate the QD. And check forward white band is visible.
Forward white band visible.
Perform snapback test and check that the forward white band is still visible. Then a pull test and a visual gap test.
Roger. Visible. The pull test. The gap test.
Copy. So next we'll be opening the valve, which will start venting. So Ike, be prepared.
Ike is prepared.
Hopper, you can depress the detent button and move bail to forward position.
Pull forward. Off light band visible. Detent button is up. I see venting.
Copy all.
Rate has gone down. It's almost stopped. Yeah, so
we'll copy that. We got a 5-minute vent time.
We get that trash bag and...
Venting has begun of the first jumper on the early ammonia system.
Let me grab it up. Gotcha. Oh yeah, look at that go. Can you see that in the HECA?
Yeah, we can just see it on the edge of your view.
Let me, Okay, spirit is in the trash bag.
Copy that, Hopper. Next, you can release the wire tie between the two jumpers. The wire tie should stay captive to the jumper that you're currently venting.
And there is no wire tie there. Jumpers are independent.
Copy, so no wire tie between the two jumpers. Is that correct?
That's affirmative. Wow. Get the right view. That is more than I thought. Yeah. Still going. You expecting that much? Yeah.
We're checking.
M3 closed.
Hopper, do you want to check if M3 is closed?
On my way.
Venting continues of the first jumper on the early ammonia system. That is scheduled to last about 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm at M3. Show forward, white band is visible.
Just to confirm, Hopper, you said the forward white band is visible on M3, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's a good config. The QD is closed as expected.
Okay. Still going. That would be consistent. Sign off and then go pick up in time.
And Hopper, next for you, you'll be working on M3, so no need to put the booty back on if you removed it.
Right. I think for Ike, too, he needs to ret to this FH01, is that right? You'll be taking it once I release it.
That's affirmative.
Okay. Work. It's actually right over your shoulder there, Ike. So if you want to go outward a little bit. Here, hold on a sec. Let me reposition and I can get it. There you go, Ike. Got it? Okay.
As venting continues on the early ammonia system, the International Space Station has crossed the terminator line, or the difference between day and night while on orbit. The International Space Station now flying 262 statute miles southwest of the Maldives.
All right, our 5-minute vent time has expired. If you can confirm that you see no more venting, then we'll go ahead and press on.
And EB1, I see no more venting for about 45 seconds to a minute.
All right, Ike, you can go ahead and close the QD extender valve. I'll read you the steps when you're ready.
Venting is complete on the first jumper. Victor Glover will disconnect or close the quick disconnect extender valve.
Okay. Actually, stand by. Let me put my BRT back down. Sorry about that, Andy.
This is the jumper that he will coil and relocate to near the airlock.
Yeah. And actually, the power was off. You have no light right now. Now you have a good green light.
Excellent. Thank you.
I copy. Okay, Andy. Ready for steps.
So you are going to close the QD extender valve, and I'll read you the steps when you're ready.
Ready.
All right, you can move bail forward to the full open position.
Bail is forward, full open.
Check aft white band is visible.
Aft white band is visible.
Check detent button is fully installed, that it's up, and that it can be depressed.
Fully installed, up and depressible.
All right, assess and counteract side loads, and then while depressing the detent button, move bail forward to the full open position with significant force.
Bail is full open, full forward.
All right, now depress the detent button and move bail aft to close the valve.
It is aft, and the button has popped up.
Copy, and then just check the forward white band is visible now.
Forward white band visible.
All right, guys, we'd like to take just a minute to stop at this point and have a quick discussion about your impression of the amount of ammonia that was vented when you demated M10.
Hey, I felt like it was more than I was expecting just in this line, but it did stop.
Is M10, are you talking about what came out the nozzle, or when? Let's just clarify which venting we're talking about. The stuff that was close to us, or the stuff that went out?
We're talking about the stuff that was close to you, the QD, when it was demated at M10 and Hopper was inspecting it, and a few flakes were coming out.
Where?
I'd say less than 30.
Less than 30? Less than 30? Did they contact you, do you think?
I had some contact my advisor.
EV1 didn't see any contact, EV2 or EV1, but I was in a weird position with the sun.
All right, guys, we appreciate the report. From our camera views down here, we did see what looked like propulsive movement of the flakes, so we're going to go ahead and be conservative and call that a suspected case. And so at the end of all of these ops, we'll do an inspection of both of you.
Two.
All right, so Hopper, you can make your way down to M3, where we'll be starting to demate that. And Ike, if you can verify that you're tethered to the QD extender, then we'll start working on demating the QD extender from the vent tool adapter.
Okay, I'm currently threaded to the bail of the QD extender. That's the piece that is on the extra bail that's on the end, F2, right? I'm talking about the adapter. I'm ready to a bail.
Yeah, that's fine. You're ready to the bail of the QD extender. That's good. When you're ready, then we'll work to demate.
I think I'm ready to the bail of the QD extender. Ready.
And Hopper, are you ready to demate as well? Because then I'll give you the same steps simultaneously.
Hopper is ready.
Okay, Ike, so you are demating the extender from the vent tool adapter, and Hopper, you are demating the jumper from M3.
EV1.
And Hopper, for you especially, you want to assess and counteract side loads here prior to demate. When you're ready, you can both pull back on the release ring and demate the QD.
EV1, demated.
EV2, in work.
Once it's released, then check that the release ring is retracted and the forward white band is not visible.
One white band not visible.
All right, Ike.
White band not visible.
Copy. You can inspect the QD, the male and female QD, for debris damage or ammonia crystals.
E1, both sides, male and female look good. the male side, the field looks uniform, and I don't see any ammonia crystals on either. ED2, I see no fog, good seals, good fingers, no crystals.
Copy. We appreciate the inspection. Now you'll be swapping what you've got. So Hopper, you'll be given the jumper to Ike, and Ike, you will be given the vent tool adapter and vent tool to Hopper.
Stop that right there at the end. I have the jumper in hand, Hopper.
Roger that. Let me get on the RT here, and I'll come up and get it.
Okay, copy. It's right there in the corner of the IEA.
Roger.
And Ike, once you have the jumper, then you'll be installing the plug into the QD extender and closing the booty. The booty is in the crew lock bag.
Yeah, I think you could hand it down a little closer.
Sorry, Ike, the plug that you're installing.
Okay, I have it. Thank you.
The plug from the crew lock bag install into the extender. It works.
Yeah, so one plug is on the lanyard and one...
Okay.
Ike, one plug is on the lanyard, the other plug is in the crew lock bag.
Copy. Do you care which I use?
Well, you'll need to install a plug on both ends.
I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah, so on the extender end, there'll be a plug on a lanyard. On the single QD end, you'll have to use a plug from the crew lock bag.
Copy. Work.
And Hopper,
the QD end is tasked. Confirm I can take the bag. Right band is visible. Forward right band visible.
Yep, you can remove the ret. And Hopper, you can go ahead and translate to the free-floating QD on the second jumper.
I got it.
All right, you can remove the booty and the plug from the extender, QD extender. And then have a look, check for debris and damage.
Okay, plug is removed.
And Ike, once you've installed plugs on both ends of the jumper, then you can coil the jumper around the
second one now.
Copy.
Bye.
And you've got a good inspection on the extender, full side, fingers, it's sealed.
Copy, Hopper. So now we will be mating the vent tool adapter to that QD extender. We'll only be mating it and not opening it at the moment. So when you're ready, I'll give you the steps for mating it.
Me too. Ready.
Okay, so verify it's ready for mate, so you can check that the detent button is up and the forward white band not visible.
A quick satellite handover of the tracking and data relay satellite systems. We've just seen crew members Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover have vented the first jumper on the early ammonia system and now are working toward venting the second. We're coming up on an hour and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, and because of suspected contamination of ammonia from the quick disconnect that the astronauts were working with earlier. They will inspect each other and conduct some tests while in the airlock upon the conclusion of the spacewalk today.
There are a lot of wire ties on this QD. Are there? Yeah. There actually was one wire tie connecting the two, but it was near the extender. I didn't book originally.
Okay, we copy, Hopper.
And I am ready to mate. E10 button is up. Forward light band's not.
Copy. And Hopper, that wire tie that you just reported, is that on the jumper that Ike has, or on the jumper that's still installed, or that you're working on?
That was on the jumper that Ike has. It's on the one that Ike has. And there's like 5 of them.
All right, copy. At least you won't run out, Ike. Hopper, you can mate the QD and check that the forward white band is visible.
Roger that. Made it, forward white band visible.
Perform snapback test and check forward white band is still visible.
Still visible.
All right, perform pull test and visual gap test.
Pull test complete. The gap.
Okay, you can go. You can translate over to M9 on the P6 long spacer and remove the booty and the SPID from that QD.
After that.
You can stow the SPID temporarily on your mini workstation or put it in the crew lock bag if you want.
Assess the timing. Fine.
While Mike Hopkins continues to prepare the second jumper for venting on the early ammonia system, Victor Glover is coiling the first jumper that was vented. He will relocate that to near the airlock, and it will be stowed outside the space station. How's it going, Ike?
Slowly but steadily.
I think I got the better of the two deals here.
You talk about it over dinner.
Okay, one SPID removed.
Copy. One SPID removed. At this point, we have 17 minutes of night left, so we'd like to get working on the venting ops. Ike, you can finish coiling the jumper after we've vented. So go ahead and get in position at the forward edge like before. And then big picture, Hopper, you'll be closing the QD on M9, and then we'll be opening the QD extender that's attached to the vent tool adapter.
Roger. D1. Boop.
Okay, Hopper, when you're ready, then we'll close QD on M9.
Ready.
Move bail forward to the full open position.
Full open.
Check aft white band visible.
Visible.
Check detent button fully installed, that it's up and that it can be depressed.
Fully installed, up, and can be depressed.
Assess and counteract side loads, and then while depressing the detent button, move bail full forward to the open position with significant force.
Complete.
Then depress detent button and move bail aft to close a valve.
Aft forward white band is visible. Detent button is up.
Copy. You can cover with booty best effort.
In work.
And Ike, are you clear of nozzle?
And clear of the nozzle. On the forward edge of the IEA.
Copy. And Hopper, whenever you're ready, then we'll open the QD extender that's attached to the vent tool adapter, the other end of that jumper.
Roger. Okay, I gotta get in position. Okay, I'm in position.
Copy. So you can now depress the detent button and move bail to the forward position, and this will start venting.
Forward position, aft white band is visible. Detent button is up.
Yeah, venting.
Copy venting, and we have another 5-minute timer on this event.
An hour and 28 minutes into today's spacewalk, the crew members are now venting the second jumper on the early ammonia system that will be vented today. The first, we saw a vent time of 5 minutes, and we're looking for the same on this one as well.
Just give them a good shake to release any potential ammonia crystals.
Take the tools before throwing them in the bag. Copy.
And Andy, while we're waiting, let's check. I've got a lot of like black smudge on the fingertips from the operations. Right index finger, a little bit of RTD damage, healing. You can probably see it in the HECA.
Yeah, we copy and we see, Hopper.
Otherwise, they look good. Dry half.
Copy, Hopper, and we'll call that good gloves.
You want to have a dry half? I'll give you a glove check in a minute.
While venting continues, the astronauts provide the ground with a glove and HAP check. HAP stands for Helmet Absorption Pad, to make sure there's no liquid that is loose in their spacesuit. And the astronauts, of course, use their hands almost exclusively during a spacewalk, and so they do frequent glove checks to make sure that the gloves are in good condition.
Hopper, you were closest. If Ike, you could use your helmet lights to look over Hopper's suit to see if you see any signs of ammonia on him.
Work. Andy, what I can see is clean. And the top of your helmet looks clean. Normal. What I can see, Hopper looks normal.
Copy. So what
Looks normal.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Ike. Hopper's suit looks normal. And while we wait, Hopper, if you want to take a quick look at Ike as well, we'd appreciate it.
Stand by. I was so comfy, Andy.
The crew members are performing a visual check of each other's suits to ensure there is no ammonia present.
It's good if I didn't have this big, yeah. That's a good view. I can see the top of your helmet. I can see your lights, your cliffs, your shoulders, your arms. I see nothing that's stuck, Andy.
Copy that. We appreciate it.
It looks clean.
All right, so once the vent timer has expired, Ike, you'll be working to coil the jumper around that vent tool extender bag, and then Hopper will be working to close the jumper QD extender.
1, 2. And EV1 has good gloves. They look like they did when I got out here.
Copy, Ike. All right, our 5-minute vent timer has expired. If you could have a look at the vent tool extender and see if anything is coming out, we'd appreciate it.
I've got my helmet light shining in that direction, and I do not see anything. It is dark, though, but I don't see anything. Like it is not venting.
Copy, Andy.
Yeah, we're copying. We're just trying to drag our feet a little bit to give it another minute or so.
No problem.
All right, we'll say that's good for venting. Hopper, you can now work to close a QD extender, and I'll read you the steps when you're ready.
EVT is ready.
All right, move bail forward to the full open position.
Wait.
Check aft white band is visible.
Visible.
Check detent button fully installed. It's up and can be depressed.
Fully installed, up and depressed.
Assess and counteract side loads, and then while depressing the detent button, move bail forward to the open position with significant force.
Complete.
Depress detent button and move bail aft.
Complete. Forward white band is visible. Detent button is up.
Copy. Jumper is closed, so you can demate the vent tool adapter from the QD extender, and I'll read you the steps when you're ready.
Okay, hold on one sec. When I do this, vent tool adapter is going to be, and the vent tool extender will be floating free.
Okay, so the rest of this one is still mated.
Yep, I just wanted it might come over towards you.
Okay, thank you,
Don't
Andy.
be surprised.
Okay, and they're hooked together as well, so
yep. Okay,
secure.
All right, Andy,
I'll be on the lookout.
Hopper, did you say you're ready?
I'm ready.
Copy. Pull back on release spring and demate the QD.
Complete.
Check the release spring is retracted and forward white band is not visible.
Retracted, forward white band not visible.
And then
Adapters, no FOD.
Copy, you read my mind.
Sleeve, good seal. Looks like, Ike, when you take this up, like there's a few, ammonia flakes on the inside on that sleeve. Again? This adapter. There's it looks like some white flakes on the sleeve on the inside.
Okay. What do you need me to do with it? I've got my hands full of this extended.
No, I don't need to do anything.
Okay.
Just giving you a heads up when I think that's the part where shake it and try and dislodge those.
Roger.
Yeah,
Andy's, the extender. No pod, good fingers, good seals, no crystals.
Copy that. And Ike, those crystals that Hopper reported should be ice, so it should be no worries. Just make sure to shake them away from you.
We'll do. Still working on the bundle.
Copy. Hopper, next for you, we will mate the QD extender to M3.
Okay, I'm ready. M3, no FOD, good seals, good sleeve. And I just gave you the extender.
Copy. So just check detent button is up and forward white band not visible.
Detent button is up, forward white band not visible.
You ever go to mate the QD?
Didn't work.
Both jumpers for the early ammonia system have been vented now. We're We're coming up on an hour and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, and Victor Glover is working on coiling the first jumper that was vented that will be relocated to outside of the Quest airlock. The second jumper will remain in place on the early ammonia system.
All right, perform snapback test and check that the forward white band is still visible.
Snapback, forward white band still visible.
Perform pull test and visual gap test.
Full test. And good gap test.
Copy. Now you can check that the booty is installed on that extender.
Roger that, in work.
Just a heads up, we're a minute away from sunrise.
Thank you.
As the crew members wrap up their tasks at the early ammonia system, we have a question from Jeffrey, who wants to know, do the astronauts need to make preparations for sunrises and sunsets? You just heard that we were less than a minute from expecting sunrise on the station. The astronauts do have opportunities with that announcement to make some preparations. They can lower their visors if they'd like some shade.
From M9.
They can also turn on those headlamps like you see here if they are entering a night pass.
So when you're in position at M9, let me know and I'll give you the steps to demate the QD.
Bye. Andy, when can I take my red off of the jumper? How many wire ties do I need engaged?
Hey, Ike, we'd appreciate if you could get the adjustable installed between the jumper and the bag handrail before you remove your red.
Okay. And Andy, I'm in position.
All right, so we are going to work to demate the QD from M9. So first thing you can do is pull back on the release ring and demate the QD.
Release.
the release ring is retracted and forward white band is not visible.
Retracted, forward white band not visible.
And we'll take an inspection.
9, no FOD, good seals, good sleeve. And stand by for and the QD, same, FOD, good seals, good fingers.
Copy. So all right, Hopper. We'll also take, please, an inspection of M10, which is where you'll be mating this QD to.
Roger. FOD, good seals, sleeve.
Okay, we're ready to mate the QD to M10. So when you're ready, check that the detent button is up and the forward white band is not visible.
Detent button is up, forward white band is not visible.
You can mate the QD and check that the forward white band is visible.
Forward white band is visible.
Perform snapback test and check that the forward white band is still visible. And Ike, you might have copy, so you can perform a pull test and a visual gap test. And Ike, your WVS might have switched off, so if you could try to power it back on for us, we'd appreciate it.
My hands are busy, and when I'm done wrestling with this jumper, I will gladly turn it back on for you.
Excellent, we'll take it, thanks.
Good pull, good gap.
Copy. We'll take that as mated, so you can install the booty over the QD pair and use wire ties as needed.
Okay, and you don't need this locked, correct?
That's correct. We're going to leave it in the closed position.
Not locked. Got a lock on it.
Hopper, you mean locked with a SPID?
No, there's a lock on it. Not the SPID, just the rotating lock.
Yeah, we'll take the collar into the lock position. We'd appreciate that, please.
Okay, it's in the lock, and I could probably go do it on M3 as well, on that extender. I think there was one there as well.
Yeah, Hopper, we'll take it. It's not actually required, but we'd appreciate it.
No problem.
And before you leave that worksite, we'll also ask you to install a cap on M9. It should be on a lanyard.
Yeah, I see one. I'll get it here.
And Hopper, once you've installed the cap and you're finished at the work site, you can retrieve your fair lead and then help Ike with stowing that jumper around the bag.
Roger that.
The first task of the day is almost complete, with Mike Hopkins finishing up at the early ammonia system, both jumper cables having been vented. Meanwhile, Victor Glover is coiling the first cable that was vented. He will be taking that back to the Quest airlock and stowing it outside the International Space Station for future potential use.
Collars in place. M3.
Copy.
One hour and 52 minutes into today's spacewalk. International Space Station currently flying 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean.
I don't know if you want any of this, man.
I'm on my way.
No, I'm serious. I got it. It's just slow work. I don't know if another set of hands is going to really do anything.
If you want me just to hold something in place while you do your magic, happy to do that.
Yeah, not really sure what's going to buy us, but I'll take the support. I'm finishing up now.
Okay.
Got 3 wire ties in, the adjustables in. It's just not as pretty as that nice drawing. The 3 wire ties and the adjustable. How do you say that?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Right, here we go. So you got a perfect job for your hands.
All right, let me get a local down and I will be ready.
And guys, we're almost 2 hours into the EVA. You guys are doing great. We're about 30 minutes ahead, so no need to rush. Hopper, if you want, you can assist Ike. The other option is that
you tighten this adjustable for me.
Yep.
That would be perfect. So I've got them. I'm bending them kind of together to get them snug, but there's not a way I can bend them to put slack on the adjustable.
That's this one right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if there's something I can do to some slack or add some slack, let me know.
Okay. I'm not in a good position here.
There we go. That's a little bit of slack.
Yeah. Okay. So, you want me to pull?
So what do we need to do to make that, to be able to snug that down? As much as we can.
That's just about as far as it'll go.
Perfect. Thank you.
You bet.
That's about as far as it's going to go.
That looks pretty, Ike.
Oh.
Wow.
Thank you. It wasn't pretty getting there.
Can I help with the vent tool stuff?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to put my spit in the trash bag first.
So my safety tether is kind of wound up with all this stuff, so that's the first thing I wanted to get undone with it.
Yeah.
And that's the wire ties I was talking about? Yeah. That was not very helpful, and I couldn't use them to tie it down either.
Too many. Am I on your way?
No. Well,
what do you want to do?
I'm good. I can see my safety tether. That's all. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. So, yeah, what you're doing is what we next. So if you just...
Okay.
You cleaning up the crew out bag?
Well, I was just putting this spit in the trash bag, getting it off my rack, and then I can do an inventory on it if we want.
We got to get this fit tool in the bag. So
yeah, I'd say do that next. I agree. You want me to go get it since I'm on this side?
If you could, that'd be perfect, because I'm in a good position to coil it.
Okay. I am with you. Okay, it's in the trash bag. Okay. You good there? I will head out to... Oops, sorry about that.
No worries.
All right, guys. Hopper, am I understanding that you're going to work on the vent tool and adapter and extender?
On my way.
If you pass me that part, I can rep to it. And then that way, you can release it and I can get all back.
So, Hopper, the first thing you'll want to do is install the cap on the vent tool adapter. Should be a cap on a lanyard.
I can do that. Give it to me. Okay, got it.
Okay, you have it. All right, so I'm going to go over your safety tether back here, but I think it'll...
Need any fraud or anything to shake off? So
not good.
You get anywhere, but... What were you saying now?
Just telling you I'm going kind of over your safety tether here, but I think we'll be deconflicted.
Okay, so we've got to demate all these pieces, right, to go in the bag?
That's affirmative.
And we also do have to close a QD, and I do have the steps for that, so we close it properly.
2 hours into today's spacewalk, and the astronauts are finishing up on their first task. These high-definition views coming from a camera on Mike Hopkins' spacesuit. You can see the batteries that were removed and replaced over the last few years.
Tool adapter.
Ready.
Okay, so move bail forward to the full open position.
Bail is forward, full open. The button is up. Aft white band visible.
Copy. Then while depressing the detent button, move bail forward to open position with significant force.
Seems like it was already full forward. Done. Aft white band visible. Buttons up.
Depress the detent button and move bail aft. And we got a handover in 20 seconds now.
Aft. I'm sorry, the bail is aft. Button is up. Forward.
We're in a quick handover of the tracking data and relay satellite systems. This is Mission Control Houston. You've got a live look at the teams that are helping make today's spacewalk happen. They're monitoring all of the systems aboard the International Space Station, which happens 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's, this bag is going to be a little bit of a mess until we get things tacked down anyway. Okay. So, yeah, you can. I'm ready to both pieces, so I've got it now.
Okay. I've got it tended, so I'll just try and bring it back under control.
Even better, yep. Okay, Andy, the bail is aft. The bail is aft. The button is up. Forward white band visible.
Copy. And Ike, is the cap installed on the vent tool adapter?
One side has a cap on it, yes.
Okay, excellent. So you can now tether the vent tool adapter to the bag with an integral hook?
Done.
And then when you're ready, we can demate the vent tool adapter from the vent tool QD.
All right, it's demated. And I'm assuming I need to cap both sides of this?
That's affirmative.
No false symmetric seals. Adapter looks good. No false symmetric seals. Caps going on. All right, it is capped.
Copy. So next step will be to remove the vent tool from the vent tool extender. Just want to make sure that both pieces are now redded. So once you've removed the vent tool from the vent tool extender, make sure that Hopper's also redded to that extender.
Stand by. I'm not ready to it. I do have just my mini workstation to it.
Yeah, I'm not going to disconnect it.
Okay.
You don't need to be ready to it if you get over here. That definitely helped control it over here. Thank you.
Good. All right.
All right, Andy. Cap is on the adapter, and the cap is on the vent tool. Male and female are capped, and on the female, the forward white band is visible. The full test on both. Also now tethered to the bag.
past me. Which is I'm going to start there. Okay. So that's what I'm going to disconnect. Is that under my tether? Yep. Bye. Go. Okay. And I do have a red to this now. You can disconnect from all of it because I'm going to have to unwind it from my safety tether. Okay. I'm going to do that first. You bet. Well, it doesn't matter if you want to go ahead and disconnect that. I'll unwind it and I've got a red to it. That side. Okay, so I will Okay. You can unwind that? But I will. Hold on, they're also connected here. They're okay. Okay, you have control. I have control. I've got this half and it's tethered to the bag. Roger that. And I'm unwrapped from your safety tether. Thank you. I'm going to install the plug.
All right, Hopper, so I think I saw you install the plug into the vent tool extender.
Affirmative.
And so just give it a pull test once you've locked the lever.
Pull test.
Copy. And Ike, the vent tool, you can go ahead, if you haven't already, you can use an integral hook from the bag to secure that vent tool. Copy. And then just one go back, just want to make sure that the booties are covering both QDs on the jumper.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know yet if they were installed, but they come off really easily. So I'll let you know before I pick this stuff up and start taking it back.
Okay, copy. We can do that when we're doing bag inventory.
Yeah, much better. Let's see. Just trying to figure out which strap is best to strap that down with. Yeah, the two near the hinge. Yeah. What kind? Perfect. Thank you. All right, so that piece is in and it's connected to the bag. So that's the next piece to go in. I think that's the last piece we got. The nozzle comes off the mud end effector. Okay. All right. So let's see. I can connect that one to. Then if you want, let's put that hook in there. Okay. And then at the kind of mud end effector interface. I'm sorry. Yeah, the mud end effector. Not that one. Leave that on the bracket and then just take the mud end effector off. Here. I see. Here. Yep, right there. Okay. So I got to run to the mud end effector. Negative. To the front, the jaws of it? Yeah, that's what I meant. With you. Okay, yep. And then I'll have the rest of it. Okay. So I'm going to undo it here. Stay firm.
So just be aware if you undo it there, then the mutt needs to be secured separately to the bag. Whereas if you undo the nozzle from the L bracket, there's a lanyard between the nozzle and the L bracket.
I was just putting it back in the way I took it out. But if you want me to do that, happy to do that. I would leave it all connected so I didn't have to rest to it. But what do you want us to do?
It's up to you. I was just making a suggestion to make it easier, but it's either way is fine.
Call like, what do you want? Okay, yeah, disconnect the nozzle. They stay connected, so... Yep, they've got this lane between them. And technically we're both ready to it, so we just got to get it in the bag. All right.
2 hours and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk, the astronauts are packing the bags after the first task today, which was venting the early ammonia system to jumper cables there specifically. You hear a lot of talk about tools and tethers. At all times, the astronauts themselves are tethered to the International Space Station, and their tools or workstations are tethered to them as well. Following completion of this task, Victor Glover will head toward the airlock, where he will place one of the jumpers vented today outside of the airlock. He will then pick up a new wireless video system external transceiver assembly, then head to remove and replace a failed one. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins will go to the Columbus module, where he will be performing a variety of tasks, including connecting some cables on the Bartolomeo Science platform.
And just a heads up, for the next 10 minutes, we could have Radicom due to some blockage.
See if I can get my red out of the way.
Okay. Yeah, if we can just stuff it back under that strap.
Okay.
And the end effector?
Yep, can work.
You can let the cable go. Okay. Now hold, or you want a lid?
I will hold first.
Oh, I used to like quarter turn fasteners.
It's not these.
Okay, can you pinch the bag shut? Yeah, that's fine. We can stuff it after, but can you just pinch the lid right there?
Yeah.
And guys, before you close the bag completely, we'd like an inventory of the bag, please.
Couldn't see what was... Okay, all right. And let me...
All right.
Do you want a WVS, or can we just say what we put in there?
Yeah, we have, we're in KU blockage, unfortunately, so we don't see anything.
Okay, so the bag has the adapter in it with caps on both ends. I copy.
Copy.
Okay, then there's the vent tool, which was demoted from the adapter, and it has a cap on it as well. I copy.
Copy.
And then the extension piece with the plug. It has the French hook with the bracket, and that is demated at the bracket, and the bracket is still on the mutt end effector.
Okay, we copy all, Ike. And at last, we just have a, if you could just check the booties on the jumper cuties.
Yeah, we'll get that here in a sec.
Is there actually Velcro right there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's what I should have done, is put the Velcro down first.
Yeah. Thanks for the tip.
Well, you're welcome. Can you do the other side, too?
Closer to you.
Okay, and you can do the booties.
All right, that one's done. Working booties.
And whatever it's convenient for you, Ike, we'd appreciate it if you could turn on your WVS.
There are all these wire ties down here if you use one of those.
I think it's going to be necessary.
I didn't either.
And Hopper, that looks good for the MLI out there on that first QD.
On the jumper.
Oh, yeah, no.
I have some on my
PRT
PRT,
too.
too.
One of these.
Okay, yeah.
Which one? That's the question. This one right here.
And Ike, whenever it's convenient for you, we'd appreciate it if you'd hit your power button on the WVS.
Work. VVS power's on.
Excellent, thank you.
Welcome. Yeah.
Actually, can you, I think it's better if tighten from that side, pull the two sides together. Does that make sense?
I think so.
I'm working this one right here.
Yeah. Are you saying
So, thinking where you are, if you pull and tighten that way, it'll pull the two loose ends together. Yeah. Perfect. That doesn't look like it's doing anything.
Yep.
So,
2 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk. This view from Victor Glover's helmet camera. He is EV1 today, or extravehicular crew member 1. The astronauts are still wrapping up their first task, venting 2 jumpers on the early ammonia system. Coming up next, Victor Glover will head back to the airlock to stow one of those jumpers outside. He'll then work to remove and replace a wireless video system external transceiver assembly.
Cuties are over the cuties.
Excellent. Good news. We'll take a glove and hab check.
E1 has a dry hap. We'll change to the gloves.
Copy, Ike.
EV2 dry hap. We'll change to gloves.
Copy. So, Ike, go ahead and check your gauntlets, and then you can grab the vent tool extender bag and head back to the airlock. Just remember to pick up your green hook from 5204, was it?
Yes, my gauntlets are in place.
Get out of your way, Ike.
No rush.
And Hopper, once you have room, then you can grab the crew lock bag, and then you'll be heading outboard to the APFRs.
Roger.
Andy, I've got the bag with the jumpers. Skid's clear. I'm going to get my green hook.
Copy. You can head back to the airlock.
Hopper.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I said, see ya.
Okay. All right. See you. Good job.
Yeah.
Victor Glover now heading back to the airlock, the first task being completed. And we've got a few more Ask NASA questions coming in. This one mentioning some major upgrades happening on the space station, but how will that happen without the space shuttle? The shuttle indeed was a very important part of building and upgrading the space station, and now we're fortunate to work with commercial providers and Roscosmos, who are able to use their vehicles to help deliver upgrades to the space station. Over the last several years, we've upgraded the batteries on the International Space Station, which were delivered by the JAXA, Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, HTV vehicle. We have other cargo delivered by Northrop Grumman, and of course by SpaceX, who will be delivering the new solar arrays on their Cargo Dragon later this year.
At some point, we'd appreciate an inventory of crew lock bag. You don't need to open it up. We'll just take whatever you can see through the that plexiglass.
Okay. All right, so here's what I can see. I've got a camera. I've got a rail drive lever attached to, looks like an integral ret. I've got the quick release tools attached to the integral ret. And I've got a trash bag attached to the integral ret.
Excellent. That should be it. That should just be an adjustable large, small on the outside, I think.
And that's affirmative. I do have a large, small on the outside. I am ready to it with my BRT ret. This time.
Excellent. That's a good config for the crew lock bag. You can grab that and then head out to the APFRs.
Roger. Randy, I've got my green hook. Fixed to the backpack is in a good config. Yellow hook is locked. Black on black. Both reels are unlocked.
Copy. You have a go to head back to the airlock.
Wait.
And once you get back there, the first thing you'll be doing is stowing that bag up on the zenith portion of the airlock.
Okay, I'm heading out. Happy Hopper. Okay. I'm going to keep going past the APFR and
Yeah, Hopper, your first task will be to relocate the ingress aid from APFR in WIF 31 to the APFR in WIF 27.
Copy.
So the first step will be to remove the wire tie. And take a second to see how it's installed, because you'll be installing a wire tie once you've installed the ingress aid on the other APFR.
This view from a high-definition camera on Mike Hopkins' spacesuit. And clearly in the picture you can see the APFR, that's the articulating portable foot restraint. That allows the astronauts to secure their footing and gives them some leverage while working outside on a spacewalk. He is moving the ingress aid from one APFR to another for future spacewalk preparations. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is on his way back to the airlock. He will stow one of the jumper cables that was recently vented. He'll also pick up a new WETA, that's a wireless video system external transceiver assembly. He'll remove and replace one that recently failed.
Okay, is released.
Copy. You can ret to the ingress aid and then transfer it over to the other APFR.
Okay.
Hopper, I'm going under DMT.
Yeah.
Well, usually the return trip seems faster, but not this time.
We have another Ask NASA question, this one from Scott, asking if ground control can see the status of the astronauts' suits, or if that's up to the astronauts to monitor. Mission control team here on the ground has constant observation of the suits and are constantly monitoring the consumables, including the oxygen. That helps determine the length of the spacewalk.
Okay. It is black on black. Good pull, good twist test.
Excellent. And you can install a wire tie. Ideally, we'd like a new wire tie.
I knew you were going to say that.
And I did ask EVA for confirmation.
That's all right.
Red Hopper and Indy, I'm going down the feeder spur.
Roger.
Copy.
Indy, I'm just putting this back in its normal place, right?
That's right. The back handrails should be facing port. And there's a diagram on page 3 of your cuff checklist if you want to have a look.
Our next Ask NASA question comes from a viewer wanting to know why the spacesuits are white instead of any other color. That's a great question. When the International Space Station is in the sunlight, as you can see now, it can heat up to approximately 250 degrees Fahrenheit outside. So in order to deflect some of that heat, the spacesuits are white. The astronauts also have cooling garments on underneath their spacesuits and can regulate their temperature to help keep them cool.
Okay, wire tie is installed.
Excellent. You can now bundle your Krulak bag to the APFR in WIF 31.
Roger that.
Ike, that handrail should be pointing port. We'd appreciate it if you could flip the bag 180 degrees.
That's yep. Okay, can work. Put on my BRT, and then go get the other one.
That's affirmed. You can put that crew lock bag, APFR combo on the BRT, and then you'll be putting the APFR from WIF 27 into WIF 31.
Okay, it has a rep. Okay, Andy, the bag is in place to those handrails. The end of the jumper, it's over the top. The two ends sit over the top of the ventilator center bag next to it. Maybe you can see them at WBS.
We're happy, Ike. That looks excellent. Thank you.
You're happy? I'm happy. Well,
Next, you can open the thermal cover and attach your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender.
Work. All right, Andy, thermal cover is coming open.
Copy.
The waist tether is locked to the airlock waist tether. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 hooks locked, block on block. That is a good safety tether chain through airlock gearing extender.
Copy and concur. You can retrieve the weather bag from the airlock and temp stow it on the airlock handrail 554.
Work.
And Hopper, you're looking for a clocking of 12.
Okay, clocking of 12 is set.
And the other setting should still be good. It's Indigo Indigo Fox 12.
Indigo Indigo is set. And I see Fox 12. Just need to get my ret back. Give you a good pull and twist test, though. I do see black on black. Good pull, good twist.
Copy, and then just a pitch knob check, please.
Roger.
Today's spacewalk now at the 2 hour and 42 minute mark. This view from the camera on Mike Hopkins' spacesuit. He is working with the articulating portable foot restraint. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is back at the airlock.
You can translate back to the airlock. Just a reminder to pick up your green hook from 5223 and check the gauntlets before you get to the Sarge.
Roger. I'm back.
You can see the colors start to change outside the space station, and that's because the station itself is entering an orbital nighttime. International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles over the Arabian Sea, and at 17,500 miles an hour, the station orbits Earth, seeing 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. Currently at the airlock, you can see those red stripes. That's NASA astronaut Victor Glover, today's EV-1, or Extravehicular Crew Member 1, preparing for his next task.
Copy.
Glover, he will be removing and replacing WETA. That's a wireless video system external transceiver assembly. There are 3 WETAs that receive video from wireless video systems. He will remove the failed one and install a spare, then return to the airlock again to stow the failed hardware.
Okay, green hook is to my red reel.
Copy.
And filter unlocked.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins is currently out of frame, but has recently completed his tasks relocating an ingress aid for the articulating portable foot restraint. Coming up next, he'll be working at the Columbus module on several tasks. He'll be working to connect cables from the Bartolomeo platform. He'll also work to secure some clamps on the platform as well, and additionally service a ham radio.
Gauntlets are in place. All right, Andy, the WETA is out on airlock, long handrail.
Copy. Now, next you can retrieve crew lock bag number 1. That's the Bartolomeo Columbus crew lock bag, and put it on the airlock handrail or D-ring extender. And Hopper, you're stopping at the anchor hook location to retrieve both your anchor hooks.
Yeah. Okay, I'm in board of the Sarge.
Copy. Copy.
Okay. At the anchor hooks. We take the EV1 anchor hook and put it in my red reel. Okay?
Yep, that's affirmed. And Ike, you're still connected to the airlock waist tether and D-ring, right?
Good waist tether to the lock waist tether. You have a go, Hopper. Roger that. No rut.
The astronauts are getting set up for their next tasks on today's spacewalk, now 2 hours and 50 minutes long. And we have a question from Mary's 10-year-old who wants to know how big the space station is. That's a great question. The space station is 357 feet if you measured it end to end. So if you put it on top of an American football field, it would be almost the exact same size, including the end zones.
Okay, EB1 anchor hook is to my red reel. It's unlocked. Bell close, side of lock, black on black, good full test.
Copy. you can retrieve your own anchor hook and stow it on your mini workstation.
Roger.
We have another question, this one from Joe, wondering how many astronauts are in the International Space Station. Right now, there are 5 astronauts inside and 2 outside, so in total 7 astronauts are living at the International Space Station. 4 of those are NASA astronauts, Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, the 2 that you see outside today, Shannon Walker and Kate Rubins. We have Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi, and 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kutsverchkov.
Like large or use?
I think it means what you think that it means.
Okay, I'm at the port. See the cart.
And I am off. When you get to the airlock, your bag is on the forward part of the airlock circular handle.
Roger that.
And Hopper, just a reminder to give a double tap to both port and starboard cedar cart brake release pedals, please.
Double tap. Zombie land double tap. Nice. 1, 2. Got a double tap. Well, that got me thinking about Twinkies. Like,
I was just thinking it'd be a good Twinkie night.
Wouldn't that be a good Twinkie?
It'd be.
Leachy, you got any Twinkies hidden anywhere?
The master, he's got Twinkies.
Search the space station, boys.
Nice. Those are real friends.
Okay, I come at the starboard, coming around, do a double tap here.
And Ike, we'd love for you to take a break and get your met rates down a little bit.
I am taking a break.
There's the seat of spur.
And Ike, while you're resting, we'll take a glove inspection and a hab check.
I hooks before I do the APS. Lock that back.
Some smudges, cosmetic stuff, no change to the glove, Randy.
Copy that. And Hopper, you came in a little bit broken before. Next for you, you can put your anchor hook to the aft D-ring, and you can then, after that, put Ike's anchor hook to the forward D-ring on the airlock.
Work.
And if you want to drop the APFR first, that's also fine.
Let's All right, EV2 has an anchor hook on the lock D-ring, bell closed, side lock, black on black, good pull. That's it.
Hopper, say again, your comm dropped out.
All right, EV2's anchor hook is on the aft airlock D-ring extender, bell closed, side lock, black. DB1's on the forward airlock D, bell closed, side lock, from black bid pull test. That shows in 2 bid configs.
Copy and concur. And Ike, you can release yourself from the airlock D-ring.
Released. All right, Ike. Well, here's our airlock D-ring extender. Whatever you prefer. Let's see. I'm going to try and present it to you. That's all right. It's not working very well right now. There we go. Grab this rip off the D-ring extender. Okay. Where's above the HFR there?
Hand over in 10 seconds.
Okay. Hand over in 10 seconds. I copy.
We're in a satellite handover during today's spacewalk. Both astronauts currently at the airlock and preparing for their next task.
Give it a little bit extra.
The first task they completed today was venting 2 jumpers on the early ammonia system. One of those jumpers was relocated to the exterior of the airlock for potential future use.
Now I got to go with this HFR.
Yeah, you're putting it in the WIF-X in WIF 11.
WIF-X in WIF 11.
That's a clocking of 12.
Yeah, you might want me to get out of your way first. That's kind of right. That's the one that's over here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Let me grab this.
You bet.
We'll get out of your way.
Actually, I got to do something with the ret. For a wire tie here.
All right, Andy, I just take the WETA and get out of Hopper's way.
Yep, you can grab the WETA and make room for Hopper if you want. Since you've been in the airlock, we'll just take a safer handles down check, please.
Yeah, I've got 2 good safer handles down.
Thanks, Hopper.
Bet.
Excellent. And did I copy earlier that crew lock bag number 3 is stowed in the airlock?
Yes, you did.
Copy.
All right, Andy, I'm going to get the cover closed.
Copy.
Okay, thermal cover is closed.
Right, Hopper, I'm getting out of your way.
Roger, I see ya. Happy wedding.
Yes, sir.
Hold on a sec. That's good.
What's the matter?
Nothing. We're sitting in this other APFR. We got a lot of APFRs over here.
Yeah, Ike, that other APFR that Hopper was referencing, that's the one you'll be grabbing to bring up with you to do the WETA R&R.
I'm over by the WETA. I'm just going to Timstow the WETA bag here, and then I'll go back and get the APFR.
Copy.
Okay, you want a clocking of 12.
Yes, please, 12. And then Tango, Tango, Fox 12.
Oh, you're getting picky. All right, clocking at 12. Good black on black, good pull, good twist.
All right, the WETA is Timstowed on the Node 1 circular handrail, on Node 1 flagging wheel, fan wheel. Let's get the APFR.
Copy.
Okay, Andy, it's line's in the lock position, but it's not quite topped out. But I'm going to call that good for now. We can get going on the other stuff.
I can finish that up for you since I'm doing APFR stuff. It's
Roger. Yeah, I'd like to. I think that's a good plan.
Copy that, Hopper. If you want to,
Yep.
if you want to grab crew log bag number 1 and then move out of the way, then we'll take a glove inspection and hab check from you.
Roger that. Like, I think it's almost there. Might be able to get this one last little on the pitch knob.
And if it's okay with you guys, I'll give you a quick big picture summary. We are exactly on the timeline. Hopper, your MEDOX is a limiting factor at 6 hours, 22 minutes, but this is in order to give us the opportunity to protect for a ammonia test in the airlock if we decide to do it. We haven't decided to do it yet, but we want to protect for it. And finally, inhibits are in place both for the Pappas and WETA work sites.
1, 2.
It's been 3 hours and 6 minutes since the astronauts switched their suits to internal battery power, beginning today's spacewalk.
You'll be clear once you start moving away.
Okay, I am just about ready.
No rush.
Both astronauts are at the airlock at the moment, preparing to move to their next work site. For Victor Glover, with the red stripes around the legs of his spacesuit as extravehicular crew member 1, he will be removing and replacing a WETA. That's a wireless video system external transceiver assembly. Mike Hopkins will be heading out to the Columbus module, where he'll complete a variety of tasks with the Bartolomeo Science platform, as well as reconfiguring a ham radio.
Appreciate it.
Hopper, may the Schwartz be with you.
Let me see. Where's my button? Yeah.
Hopper, is the pitch setting correct? You're just trying to get the knot off?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Okay, yep, it's just if you get another 10 degrees and it pops in and out. It ain't pretty.
But it did pop.
Yep.
Nice.
It's locked. It's locked in place.
Okay, I'm out of here, Ike.
Yep. I'll copy, Andy.
Copy all. Thanks, Ike.
Problem. Any other settings on this thing, or are we good to go?
The settings were good. We are good to go, so you can grab the APFR in WIF 12 and then head up to the airlock WIF 6 where you'll be installing it.
Work.
And Hopper, you can make your way to the Columbus work site. You know it fairly well, so just let me know if you want any details.
Roger that. I think I'm okay. And dropping my green hook right after I get out near CMA 3.
That's affirmed.
Fun.
Okay, I'll see you. See you later.
Yep. In the lab.
Copy.
The gas spanner.
Copy. And that gas spanner should take you to node 2 handrail 0345 where you're dropping your green hook.
Didn't work.